The curtain has been drawn. The final day of the season is just about here. It's the third European League of Football championship game between the Stuttgart Surge and the undefeated Rhein Fire at the Fire's home stadium, the Schau-Insland Rhein Arena in Duisburg. Hello everyone, I'm Darren Kilfera, and what a day we have in store for you here in the ELF finale. The Fire finishing 13-0 on the year, including their semifinal playoff win over Frankfurt. The Surge, after going 0-12 last year, 12-2 this year, including a pair of playoff wins. They were the number 3 seed coming in. They defeated Panthers Wrocław 37-14. And then last week in the semifinal, an upset on the road at the Vienna Vikings, knocking them from the ranks of the unbeatens, 40 points to 33. And here this week, a chance to deprive the Fire of the first ever undefeated ELF season. But the Fire certainly the strong favorites to complete a perfect 14-0 year and take their first European League of Football title. The Surge 0-12 last year, 2-8 in the inaugural season in 2021. What a turnaround under Jordan Newman's leadership this season as the Surge head coach. The Fire led by Jim Tomsula last season when they finished 7-5, just missing out on a playoff berth. And this year, 13-0. with very few games finishing at all close. Only one of their victories by a single-digit margin. Not the 5-point win in Week 2 at Hamburg. The Fire thrashing Frankfurt 3 times on the season, including 42-23 last week in their playoff semifinal game. And as we see the usual array of NFL jerseys and t-shirts among the merchandise of the two teams playing here today. It really is a special occasion with a packed 31,500 seat stadium ready to provide the ultimate spectacle in American football on the European continent. Still about a half hour until kickoff, but we'll be here with you straight through. The Faheva and Throners represented in the tunnel. I understand there's been a little bit of chaos at Duisburg train station from a few fans trying to make it here. You see quite a few empty seats still, but again, all of these tickets have been sold. And it may mean that some fans arrive a little bit later than intended, but plenty to savor pre-game. The atmosphere has been excellent in and around the stadium here. Beautiful day for it as well. And the Fire fans certainly in the greater numbers here on their doorstep. But plenty of neutrals and quite a few Stuttgart fans making the journey, with the Surge probably the neutrals' favorite here today, as the Fire supremely confident of bringing home this championship, but no guarantees in the game of football. Some fans have made more of an effort than others arriving at the stadium here today. The ELF All-Star teams and other awards handed out just yesterday as part of the pregame festivities. Rhein Fire dominating the All-Star selections. 9 players in the first team, 7 on offense. Another 4 second-team All-Stars for the Fire. Stuttgart, not a single first-team All-Star, but they did have 7 players on the second team. Real honor for everyone involved on both of those All-Star teams. I'll quickly list through the entire first-team stars. Quarterback Jadrian Clark here today for the Fire. The running back David Brzozowski of Panthers Wrocław. getting the nod ahead of Glenn Tunga, who, of course, despite his excellent play when available, missed the first 4 games of the season on account of a drug suspension holding over from last year. Patrick Perch, the all-star fullback for the Rhein Fire. The 3 wide receivers, Markel Castle, excellent for Munich this year. Tony Tate of the Panthers, and Anthony Mahungu, who is back fit this week after missing out the final game of the season and dressing for the semifinal after not being on the initial roster last week against Frankfurt. Did not have a catch in that game. Not sure he really saw that much action, but he is listed among the starters here today. Tight end Florian Bierbaumer of Vienna, excellent year for him. And then across the offensive line, you've got Alexander Milanovic of Vienna, and the other 4 players all with the Fire: Sven Breidenbach, Leander Wiegand, Nick Wiens, Joachim Christensen. As the parade of representatives from the different ELF teams comes out onto the fields. Really is a testimony to the excellent support that Jadrian Clark and Glenn Tunga have had from their respective offensive linemen this season. And 4 of them would be nominated for the first team, and Arnold Hulierhoek on the second All-Star team as well. A combination of fan voting and some experts helping to pick that team. On defense, Kyle Kitchens of Berlin, brilliant edge rusher alongside Niklas Gustav of Raiders Tirol. 3 linebackers, A.J. Wentlands, Dawson Dales of Paris, Lucky Ogbavoen of the Raiders. Evan Jaboa, the Hamburg defensive tackle, alongside Jason Chikere, the Rhein Fire defensive player, first team All-Star. Seo Beard and Jamalcolm Liggins, the 2 cornerbacks, and the safeties, Luke Glenna of Barcelona and Omari Williams of the Fire, who played in the 2021 ELF Championship game for Frankfurt. Ryan Rimler, the all-star kicker on the first team, Niels Jonkman, the punter, and the lone Milano Seaman representative, Devin Burrell, is the return specialist. Won't go through the entire second team all-star roster, but the 7 Stuttgart players, Louis Geyer and Yannick Meyer, the 2 wide receivers, Luka Jokiel at offensive tackle, Sassan Giovanni at linebacker, Aslan Zetterberg at defensive tackle, Mitch Fettig at cornerback, and Goran Sek at safety. Tunga, Hulierhoek, and Alejandro Fernandez, second teamers for the Rhein Fire on the All-Star team, as well as wide receiver Harlan Quofi. Fernandez not in the starting lineup today, not in the lineup at all for the Fire. The Spaniard, who was second in the league in sacks during the regular season with 11, may be an interesting absence for Stuttgart, not to have to game plan against his presence. Trying to protect Riley Hennessy. As you see the young fans on the field here, really testifying to the impact that American football is having. The ELF, bit of a tough year in some respects, but you just have to look at this stadium when it's full at game time to understand exactly what an impact the league is having. Madrid already announces an expansion franchise for next season. Details of all of the 2024 season will be announced in the coming weeks. It's more excitement, potential for other expansion franchises have been rumored, but nothing confirmed. Again, looking out across this big crowd, the fans still filing in to see a game which the Rhein Fire are expected to win, and they themselves will be expecting to win. But nobody's certainly taking anything for granted. Jim Tom Sula very complimentary about Stuttgart in the pregame press conference a couple of days ago. And Jordan Newman, for his part, got bombarded with questions about the Rhein Fire, how good they are on offense, how good they are in red zone defense. He remains upbeat and saying, we've got a ton of respect for the Fire. We're a great team too. We've got great players as well. What we need to do is come in confident. We need to play with a lot of effort and intensity. Both teams play to their potential. The Fire should win. But if the Fire have an off day, which is possible, and Stuttgart comes out swinging, we could yet see a big upset and one of the most impressive transformations from one season to the next. Stuttgart 0-12 last year could become the ELF champions in this 2023 season. Plenty of build-up still prior to this third ELF championship game. Interesting day of festivities yesterday. The awards we mentioned, the celebrity flag football game in this stadium. As you see, waiting in the tunnel, first sign of either sets of players in this game today. That is Emmanuel Hefele, the backup tight end, carrying the flag for the Stuttgart Surge. They will be wearing their road white jerseys today, not because they're on the road in the Fire Stadium as such, but because they are the lower seeded team. Florian Lengauer on the right there, the wide receiver who also serves as the punter for the Surge. It's a long wait for them. Desperate to get out on the field and warm up again a little bit. Of course, both teams have been on this field for a pregame warm-up situation. As would always be the case. But that having been done already, teams have to settle down and then get ready to pick themselves back up. Stuttgart has the advantage in that sense of being able to get out on the field first. Robert Hager on the right, the starting offensive tackle for the Surge, number 74. On the left, Goran Sak, former Wrocław Panther who had 3 interceptions, 70 tackles in the regular season for Stuttgart. Also had a pickoff against the Panthers in the wild card round of the playoffs. Build-up continues, just over 20 minutes until kickoff. As fans young and old making it to the Schau-Insland Rhein Arena today in Duisburg, known as the MSV Arena, the home to MSV Duisburg, currently in the 3rd league of German soccer. Just east of the Rhine, north of Dusseldorf, this arena. The Fire had actually wanted to play their games in the Merkur Spiel Arena in Dusseldorf originally, which was the site of the first ELF championship game, and certainly a game that will live in the memory long of everyone involved, with Frankfurt defeating Hamburg 34-32. I think that was the final score. It was a 2-point game. (32-30), beg your pardon. I thought there was something a little bit wrong about that, but it was a 62-yard field goal attempt by Hamburg's Fries Anderson at the buzzer, which fell just short. Could have given Hamburg the victory. This is the first ELF championship game not featuring the Hamburg Sea Devils here today. Hamburg really struggled this year, finishing 4-8 after going 8-4, including the championship game loss in 2021, and then 12-2 last year, including their defeat by Vienna. See the surge players ready to surge out onto the field as the smoke show precedes their appearance before the large crowd here. And that right there, you see how few fans aren't wearing any sort of gear from NFL or ELF. As you see out onto the field first, it is Lengauer, and the rest of the surge players right behind. What an emotional day this will be for everyone, especially those players who were part of the difficult surge teams last year and the year before. They've had a lot of turnover in players, as you can imagine, ahead of this new season. The Schwäbisch Hall Unicorns in the ELF, one of the great teams, which was led by Jordan Newman, now the surge head coach for some time. He helped bring a transfusion of fresh blood, not just from Schwäbisch Hall, but from elsewhere, making the surge the team they are here this season. There's Riley Hennessy, 240 yards per game as the quarterback during the regular season. He only played in 7 games. Had some injury difficulties earlier on. He was only sacked 4 times in those games, and that really is going to be the key for Stuttgart here today to keep him upright. Louis Geyer, an excellent season, over 1,000 yards, including the 2 playoff games, had a 65-yard score against Vienna last week, and also threw a passing touchdown this year. Darrell Stewart Jr., the wide receiver from Houston, Texas in the States, had 10 catches for 199 yards and 2 scores last week at Vienna. Before that, against the Panthers, 11 catches for 167 yards and 2 scores. He is on fire, as indeed is this man, Nicolas Kandar. The French running back, 18 carries for $123 last week at Vienna. Also a rushing touchdown against the Panthers in the wild card round, averaging 5.6 yards per carry for Jordan Newman. Newman himself, a protege of Chris Kaleke, the former Vienna Vikings offensive coordinator he was, defeated his mentor last week, and now has to try and defeat this team coming out onto the field. Jim Tom Sula's Rhein Fire. They have been on fire in every sense. As first the cheerleaders come out, the fire bumping all comers all season long. Arguably not the toughest schedule on paper in the league, but they did defeat Frankfurt 3 times. Munich, who had a good season, they were thumped 60-23 on the road in week 12. There's Bernie, their mascots, B-U-R-N-I-E. Here, first out of the tunnel is Yasir Raji, one of the starting offensive linemen for the Fire. And there's Glenn Tunga, the star running back. And the parade of notables. This team is stacked. And that's Jadrian Clark, the quarterback upon whom so much depends, who has shouldered every burden for the Fire en route to a record-breaking season. Set records for passing yards, passing touchdowns, 129.7 quarterback rating, nearly 10 yards per passing attempt. And Clark, if the Fire are to win this game, the new most valuable player of the league is very likely to play a starring role yet again. There's the second team ELF All-Star, Harlan Quofi. It's worth noting that William Patterson is not involved here today. He had come on to replace Nathaniel Robitaille when Robitaille went out on injured reserve. Robitaille is back in the lineup today. An interesting call back from injury. You see Glenn Tunga, who, despite missing those 4 games at the start of the season, over 1,000 yards on the year, including the playoffs, 926 yards rushing in the regular season. There's Jadrian Clark. A little bit off his best last week against Frankfurt, but still threw for 4 touchdowns and 236 yards. Was not sacked once by the excellent Frankfurt's defensive front 7. Anthony Mahungu, 984 yards catching all during the regular season with the 11 touchdowns. Have to see what kind of impact he can have today, given his absence at the end of the regular season and then not really involved last week. But Jim Tomsula, confident, of course, the former San Francisco 49ers head coach. He is very much revved up and ready to go himself for this ELF championship game here today. A bit of pomp and pageantry. Onto the fields, color guard, the military presence here. Has always been a bit of a link in many people's minds between American football and military organizations. Think back to like World War II in the USA, when the Army-Navy game was the sporting event for people to watch. Heisman Trophy winners coming out of the American Army in particular, I should say. We will, of course, have the German national anthem prior to today's game. And the drums beat toward the opening kickoff here at the Schau-Insland Rhein Arena. Both sets of players very respectful. Crowd staccato clapping in many quarters as well. Just over 10 minutes away from the scheduled kickoff time. A referee for this game, by the way, is the Pole Wojciech Radyczak. See him out in the white cap near midfield. Big honor for him and the rest of the refereeing crew. Umpire Jan Klimes. The line judge Alexander Eriksson. Side judge Gaute Tesley. You've got Sasha Richardson. Roberto Kral, the field judge. Bartolome Marciniak, the back judge. Replay official Patrick Johnson. Wonder what sort of role he will have here today. And Antoine Saudril also off the field in officiating capacity. Eyes facing front as we get ready for the national anthem. Wunderbar. Enough to give you goosebumps as we inch again closer toward the opening kickoff of ELF Championship game number 3. Fans still filing into the Schau-Insland Rhein Arena. And what a spectacle in footballing terms awaits us as well. Above and beyond the pageantry, not just of the pregame ceremony right now, but everything that's gone into this championship game weekend. And there is the official game ball about ready to make its ceremonial appearance. All right, we kind of see number 4 on the left there for the surge. This the biggest game of many of the players out on the field in their lives, and quite a few of them, quite possibly the biggest day of their lives. Precious few players involved in this game with championship game experience. Jadrian Clark was involved in the 2021 title game on the losing side. For Hamburg, he was 25 of 39, 351 yards passing, 1 touchdown and 1 interception for the Sea Devils. Came across to the Fire last season, wasn't part of the team at the start of the year, but he certainly is the number 1 player in the league, not just on Jim Tomsula's team this season. The fans continue to arrive and prepare for the opening kickoff. The coin toss will be taking place very shortly. Jim Tomsula has been deferring when winning the coin toss. So you see, we'll have Dagdalin, the backup quarterback, who Fire are hoping would only see the field after they have a comfortable enough margin of victory toward the end of this game today. That is the nature of this sport, though. One injury and you never know. Pacing the Rhein Fire sideline. There's the commissioner, Patrick Izuma. It's been a very difficult year for him in many respects, with the Leipzig Kings not making it through to the end of the year, the Prague Lions having to forfeit a game. A lot of tough decisions being made. Here we are, a day of celebration for the league, for football in Europe more generally. Still have the November 12th NFL game in Frankfurt to look forward to this season between the Indianapolis Colts and the New England Patriots. That longtime rivalry from back in the Tom Brady against Peyton Manning era. Second NFL game to take place in as many years in Germany after last year's Seattle Seahawks and Tampa Bay Buccaneers game in Munich. But here today, ELF Championship Game 3, the co-captains out onto the field for both sides. Clark, Perch, and Omari Williams for the Fire. And let's go to Wojciech Radacek, the referee for this game, after the pregame hugs and handshakes.
Guys, welcome to the championship game. With us, special guest of honor, Miss Pauline Kao, who will be tossing the coin. Normal coin, tails, heads. Tails and heads. Your call. Tails are called. Pascal, please do us the honor and cut the toy. Heads. Oh, tails. So defer. Okay, so you will defer. You will receive the ball, and you can choose the side. Thank you, guys. Play hard. Stay safe. Good game.
So the Fire do defer again after winning the coin toss. Stuttgart will take possession of the football first. And Jordan Newman, who serves as the Surge's offensive coordinator as well as the head coach. Chance to get his high-powered offense up and running first, he hopes. The field is clear, and the way is just about clear to get ELF Championship game number 3 underway. Here is the presentation of that official game ball. It will be Sebastian Van Santen of the Fire to get the first touch of that football here today. The kicker, place kicker, and punter, as well as kickoff duties for Van Santen. And Jim Tom Sula, 5-11 as the San Francisco 49ers head coach in 2015. 6-4 with the Rhein Fire in NFL Europe back in 2006. But a chance here to lead a team to a title. Fire kickoff unit heading out onto the field. The Surge return team following as well. Meyer has tended to handle the kickoff return duties for the Surge this season. See Maleka Mbala, one of the backup linebackers for the Surge, as part of the special teams unit. Second year of the successful, in most people's minds, kickoff rules that the ELF has been using, minimizing high velocity contact and still allowing for the possibility of returns. The deep man is indeed Meyer for the Surge. And Santen very good at kicking the ball into the end zone. Moment everyone has been waiting for in this European League of Football season has at last arrived. It is kickoff time. The Surge and the Fire for the title. The Schouten-Insland Rhein Arena in Duisburg. The left-footed Sebastian Van Santen. Kickoff up and away. Meyer back into the end zone. It will be a major touchback. And Stuttgart will get to start their first offensive series from their own 30-yard line. Riley Hennessy under the spotlight. Won the German Bowl and the CEF Bowl last year with Schwäbisch Hall. Here's his starting lineup. The All-Stars on offense. Geyer and Meyer, the two wide receivers, and Jokel, the offensive lineman for Stuttgart. All of them on the second team ELF All-Star unit this season. Going to see a lot of shotgun formations, a lot of the air raid offensive concepts. Start with a handoff to Nicholas Kandar, and he's got space. Kandar stretching forward. That's a tricky tackle as well by Lucas Richter. Hint of a horse collar there, but no penalty flag thrown. Very nice start for Kandar, who was only signed in week 10 by the Surge. You see the Rhein Fire defensive starters. Chikere, first team All-Star. Omari Williams as well. But no Alejandro Fernandez, as we said in pregame. It was a quick play on second down for the first down. Nice job to find Daryl Stewart Jr. in the flats. Surge going tempo here at the start of the game. No huddle offense, trying to get the Fire on the back foot early. 2 plays, 15 yards for Hennessy in the offense. It's the pistol formation. Nice hole blocked for Kandar to burst through. Kandar, the French League most valuable player with the Tonon Black Panthers earlier this year. Won his 3rd French title, the 30-year-old. 7 yards again as the ball into Fire territory. Hennessy will throw this time. There's a man wide open, but it's nearly picked off the fingertips of Geyer, and Williams had a shot. Worrisome drop from Louis Geyer there. Williams almost able to reel it in. Geyer turning defender. Williams had 4 picks during the regular season, returned 3 of them for touchdowns. Almost able to grab the first turnover here, but it's 3rd and 3 now. Little wide receiver screen. It's going to not quite work out for Stewart. About a half yard short of the line to gain. And will Stuttgart go for it here on 4th and short? You would certainly think so.
Number 62 report as eligible.
Seem to have blockers, but nice job on the tackle there for the Fire. Stuttgart shaping up to maybe sneak the ball here on 4th. And a half yard, and the Surge, no pun intended, for the first down, but there is a penalty flag. Was somebody offside for Stuttgart? Illegal procedure.
There is no foul for illegal formation. First down.
Well, that was the suspicion. Did have a player reporting as eligible. That may be why the flag was thrown. I think it was Emmanuel Hefele, who wears the number 62. He plays at tight end for the most part, but he can
62 report as eligible.
Also work as a more straightforward offensive lineman. That's why you're going to hear his name called out a lot during this game by the referees. Hand off to Kandar. Again, he's got room up the middle. Another 8-yard pickup. The ball is loose, but ground causing the contact. And then Meyer wiping out the referee. See Kandar, where was the football? Yeah, hit the ground before it came loose. Meyer just wanted to make sure. It's 2nd and 3. Wide receiver screen this time. Near side completes for the first down to Stewart. And this surge drive continues to progress down the field beautifully. Nice job finding the hole in the zone as Fire defenders swarming to the football, but Stuttgart first and goal to go. Handar, no room up the middle this time. Held up by Flamur Simon, the former Cologne Centurion. No holes created by the Surge offensive line there. So Kandar now 4 carries for 24 yards in the game thus far. Just the 2 wide receivers here on 2nd and goal. Play fake. And coverage back in the end zone. The touchdown caught by Geyer, and Stuttgart is in front. A hesitation route by Geyer, freezing the Fire's secondary. Geyer into the back of the end zone, found perfectly by Hennessy, and what a start to the Surge in the title bout. Plays 70 yards, and on for the extra point, Lenny Krieg. Holder is Joshua Haas. The kick is up and no good. He pushed it wide. So Krieg, who missed 16 extra points during the regular season and another 4 in the playoffs so far. Every point could prove so crucial today, but let's look at the touchdown again. Geyer getting the better of Richter in coverage. First catch of the game for the second-team All-Star. Perfectly led by Hennessy. And for Geyer, that his 10th touchdown of the season, including his 3rd in the playoffs. 40-yarder against the Panthers in the wild card round, 65-yard score against the Vikings last week. And this a shorter catch, but no less important. Surge getting off on the front foot in European League of Football Championship game number 3. Krieg's kickoff. William Patterson had been returning kicks. With him out of action, we have a penalty marker on the field. It is Nathaniel Robitaille with the kickoff return, but I think this one's coming back.
Holding 85 on the receiving team. 10 yards from the spot of the foul. First down.
Tim Sauerlands committing the penalty, the first of the game for either team. You see this Rhein Fire starting offensive unit. Robitaille back from IR. The entire offensive line, except for Yasser Raji today, on the ELF All-Star team. Glittering talent everywhere you look. Jadrian Clark at quarterback. First play is a handoff to Glenn Tunga. He doesn't have much room. Stuttgart defense 7th in points per game allowed during the regular season in the ELF, 9th in yards per game allowed. So it's basically a mediocre unit statistically for the most part. They have not faced an offense like the Fires this season, that's for certain. Their formation looking like a running play. It is Tunga up the gut, and again, very little space in which to maneuver. Simon Butch there, defensively up the middle for the surge. It will be third and fairly long. Conservative play calling by the assistant coach of the year, Andrew Weidinger, offensive coordinator for the Fire. Barcelona head coach, got the Dragons to the playoffs last year. But now the Fire facing third and medium. Clark back to pass. He's pressured, has to throw the ball away. Clark sacked only 12 times during the regular season. You see the defensive unit that has come up big. The two Gelvani brothers. Sasan, the second team All-Star. Fedig, Zek, among the stars, the rest of the Surge defensive units. They force a 3 and out. And they should get the ball in pretty decent field position as Van Santen will punt. Not a great kick. Takes a bounce forward and another one for the Fire, so it's going to trickle dead about the 34-yard line of the Surge. Approaching the halfway mark of the first quarter. It's been all Surge, contrary to expectations.
Commercial break.
Stuttgart in front, 6 points to nothing. I'd like to once again thank Citizen, the official game time presenter of the ELF this season. The watch brand joined by Euronics as the official technology partner of the ELF. Euronics provides the tablets used for communication within each team. Some communication needed on the Fire sideline, you would think. First offensive series not going according to Coach Weidinger's plans. Weidinger, the former offensive assistant for Mike Smith with the Atlanta Falcons, and more recently an assistant for Dirk Cutter with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So he has been at the sharp end of the stick in NFL terms. Fingernails being bitten by the Fire faithful in their home building. $70 yards of offense to 3 in the early exchanges, 1 drive apiece.
Number 62 reports us eligible.
Riley Hennessy back out onto the field, the Italian Bowl title winner with the Parma Panthers in 2021. Also helped Team Italy win the European Championship. He was born in Vancouver, Washington, which is just across the Columbia River from Portland, Oregon. Shotgun snap here. You can see the highlight actually from the touchdown pass to Geyer. Hennessy had a great college career at Central Washington, playing NCAA Division II football after transferring from Eastern Washington. Hand off on first down to Kandar, but he has minimal space, picking up maybe a yard. Kandar, Paris-born, played college football in Canada with McGill University, one of the premier sporting institutions in Canada. College sports, not quite the same in Canada as it is in the United States, but valuable experience picked up there for Kandar. Play action on second down, plenty of time for Hennessy, throws over the middle and it's dropped by Geyer. There was good defending on the play from Williams. Those two are going to tussle all afternoon long, you would think. Yeah, nice job defensively by Williams. The Birmingham, Alabama native who played college football at the FCS level with Samford University. Second tier of American college football. For the first time, Stuttgart under pressure on 3rd and long. Just a 4-man pass rush as Hennessy looking for his man, incomplete. Till Janssen breaking the pass up intended for Stewart. Nicely timed Till Janssen, who did not have the best of semifinals last week against Frankfurt until he got a late interception. Has been one of the best cornerbacks in Germany for quite some time. Loves to study tape and the strategic elements of the sport. And they are forcing a punt from Lengauer and Stuttgart. Another short kick. Touched by Julian Jakob at the 28-yard line, I think it is, of the Fire. Both teams with a 3 and out.
An eligible man downfield on kick, number 21. 5 yards will be added to the end of the kick. First down.
Jakob rather outing himself there by touching the football.
Number 78 reports
5-yard penalty, and it's up to the 34-yard line now. That's where Jadrian Clark and this Fire offense will start this time. 1st and 10, not 1st and 15. Tunga, the deep man, he gets the handoff and gets nothing whatsoever on the ground. Met instantly, I think, by Kalen Kears-Thomas. Lewis Bach up there as well. Watch the penetration. Yeah, it was Bach.
78 reports.
German linebacker who played college football in South Dakota for 4 years. Black Hills State University, another NCAA Division II school. Tunga, 3 carries for 3 yards, and then the snap fumbled. Going to have an illegal procedure penalty first.
False start, 43 on the offense. 5-yard penalty, remains 2nd down.
And this may be the pressure of expectations for the Fire. They came out slow last week. They trailed at halftime to Frankfurt. 16-14, the Galaxy led. Mind you, the Fire had 4 second-half drives and scored touchdowns on all 4 of them. So the Surge better strike while the iron is hot here, you think. It's Clark trying to set up a screen pass. Tunga with some space. Tunga has the first down. Not close to midfield. Set that screen up perfectly, and Tunga give him some open fields.
78 reports as eligible.
He'll make men miss. He'll drag tacklers with him for extra yardage. Three-man front for the Surge here. Play action to Tunga. Clark looking deep. And fires wide of the mark, looking for Robitaille. He had threaded his way between zone coverage defenders.
78 still eligible.
But it was a pretty tight window, and Clark unable to thread the needle. Clark 66% his completion rate on the regular season. Surge defense trying to get another stop. Tunga. Not much there. He's able to get a couple of yards before being yanked out of bounds. Tunga getting bottled up on the ground. They're going to make Jadrian Clark beat them with his arm, you would think. Tunga 4 carries for 6 yards, but the 1 reception for 19 as 3rd and 7 for the Rhein Fire at midfield. Blitz pressure, man over the middle, complete. It's Quofi for the first down. And when you send extra pass rushers, you leave more gaps in coverage, and Quofi straight down the middle. Nice pickup. Good blocking to leave the open throwing lane for Clark. Tackle on the play by Nick Venselberger, but it is a Fire first down. Tunga again. 2 yards only. Surge defense doing a good job of staying in their lanes. You see Raphael Sisler there.
78 is still eligible.
Team tackle. You see defensive coordinator Johannes Brenner on the Surge sideline. Served under Newman since 2017 has Brenner as the pass near side, complete to Robitaille. A couple of nice jukes, and Robitaille still on his feet, and he will go the distance. Welcome back, Nathaniel Robitaille. Touchdown Fire, and a chance with the extra point to take their first lead of the title game.
Eligible. 99 reports as eligible.
25 catches, 4 touchdowns for Robitaille in his abbreviated regular season. Called back into action with William Patterson out. And Robitaille strikes first for the Fire offense. Van Santen has not exactly been the steadiest kicker in the ELF this season. Every PAT today is going to be an adventure, you feel. Good hold. The kick is through, and I think we might have a roughing the kicker penalty as well to go with it. As Van Santen cleaned out. Here's the touchdown again. Just a quick slant in for Robitaille. He did all the rest of the work himself. The Attleboro, Massachusetts native. He played small college football at tiny Stonehill College in Easton, Massachusetts. The all-time leading receiver there.
Personal foul, roughing the kicker, 24 on the defense. Because the DAT is good, we will enforce 15 yards on the kickoff.
Mitch Fettig, the second team ELF All-Star. That is not good. He wasn't far away from the block, but that's the kind of play that can injure a kicker easily. Saying Robitaille, he played for 2 seasons with Schwäbisch Hall. You'll know a lot of the Surge players and indeed coaching staff out on the field. It seemed a pretty innocuous pass to begin with, but Robitaille has that sort of elusiveness, and clearly showing that he is fighting fit and healthy for this game today. He had 60 touchdowns in his 2 seasons with Schwäbisch Hall. 53 of them as a receiver, 7 of them on kick returns. As Van Santen's kickoff, that'll easily sail through the back of the end zone from the advanced starting position.
Result of the play, major touchback, first down, 30-yard line.
And so the Fire in front, 7-6. Riley Hennessy back onto the field. He started at exactly the same spot on the field in Stuttgart's first offensive possession and led them down the field for a score. 6 of 9 for 43 yards and that touchdown completion to Louis Guyer. But the Fire fans now fired up. Kandar, not as much space up the middle this time. Pickup of about 3.
62 reports as illegible.
That offensive line under so much pressure to create running lanes today. Sasha Beck, the center. Alessandro Vergani, Luca Yokil, Robert Hager, and Lucas Meyer. Front 5 as second down pass wobbly and over the head of Meyer, who was cleaned out by Richter. Funny flight on that pass from Hennessy. Almost looked to me as if it was tipped at the line. Not the tightest spiral. And it'll be 3rd and 7 yards coming up for Stuttgart. 2:10 left in the first quarter. Three wide receivers near side of the field. Kandar still behind Hennessy in the pistol formation. Over the middle, incomplete. Intended for Stewart. Almost half a chance for an interception off the tip. To see Sofian Dardur just getting a fingertip on the ball was Simon, I think, the linebacker, dropping in coverage. And Stuttgart malfunctioning for the second offensive drive in a row. Lengauer, a poor punt first time round. This one very short and taken by Robitaille. He's out near midfield. The punt team not doing its job for Stuttgart early in this game. Robitaille making the catch on the run. And Stuttgart barely gaining 20 net yards there on the punt. So great field position coming up for the Fire. Leading by 1 towards the end of the opening quarter. Clark, 3 of 5 passing, 67 yards through the air with the 30-yard touchdown to Robitaille. And off to Tunga. He's got a hole this time. Tunga's got a first down. Tackled by Wenzelberger.
78 is illegible.
Support from Ben Vensler defensively as well, but that's the kind of gaps that Tunga has had to roam through all season long. Good pass to Robitaille. He's got space. He stops short of the first down marker. He could have surged forward, but still a very good pickup. Robitaille invited to a couple of NFL pro days at the end of his college career. His small college standouts can sometimes surprise NFL scouts when given a chance to fly their trade at the highest level. Wound up spending a couple of seasons in Finland as well, Robitaille, with the Seinäjoki Crocodiles. Play clock ticking down. The hand off to Tunga. He's got loads of room. Tunga down to the 20. On what is likely the final play of the first quarter. Stuttgart's now struggling to contain the Fire's star running back. Tackle in the end by Sasan Giovanni. That will indeed be the end of the opening quarter. The Surge striking first on the 8-yard touchdown pass from Hennessy to Louis Geyer. But Nathaniel Robitaille striking back. 30-yard reception and run, putting the Fire just in front at the end of 15 minutes of ELF Championship game number 3. Rhein Fire offense out on the field for the start of quarter number 2. ELF title game number 3. Fire leading by a point. Deep into Surge territory. You see on the sideline Riley Hennessy chatting with Yannick Meyer. Out of the huddle. Bunch formation near side of the field with Tunga alongside Clark. Robitaille the motion man. Handoff is to Tunga. Off tackle left side. He bursts forward for the first down. And goal to go for the Fire. Tunga starting to find the kind of rushing space he craves.
78 reports as eligible.
This Surge defense being run ragged, quite literally. There's Tunga again. He get the call again. Similar formation the other way around. We do have a penalty flag here as Tunga not much up the middle this time. Might have been an illegal shift against the Fire, I think.
illegal shift. The offense were not set for 1 second. 5-yard penalty. Replay the down.
Penalty accepted. Which is probably the right decision. Push the Fire outside of the 10. Thing is, that gives Clark potentially 3 bites of the apple. Directing traffic, making sure the formation is in the correct setting before they start this play. Quofi over the middle, gets the pass, stays on his feet, and he rumbles in for the score. Harlan Quofi, second touchdown pass for Clark today. And for Quofi, his 5th touchdown of this postseason. Second playoff touchdown. He had 3 catches in the final game of the regular season, which was, in effect, the playoff game to determine the winner of the Western Conference against Frankfurt. And Van Santen for the extra point. That is up and good. So the Fire in front by 8. 1:16 into the second quarter.
Hey, don't at me.
Quofi, again, just an easy slant over the middle. The broken tackle. Venselberger and Zek up from the secondary, but unable to stop Quofi right there. And bounced off of Vensler, in for the score. Quofi, who had touchdowns against Frankfurt in that regular season finale of 38, 38, and 48 yards. 4 catches for 167 yards in the game. Last week, a 27-yard score against the Galaxy in the semifinal. And Bernie is laid back, confident that the Fire are on their way. Surge out for a couple of 3 and outs. Need some sort of offensive consistency on this drive. And we'll start once again from the 30. After another major touchback kicked by Van Santen. Quick reminder that if you are looking for officially licensed gear of the ELF, you can find it now online at shop.europeanleague.football. Join the thousands of fans today at the Schouwensland Rhein Arena, wearing ELF merchandise of some form or fashion. Riley Hennessy back in the pistol. Play action, setting up the wide receiver screen, setting it up well to Meyer. He picks up 7. Yannick Meyer, last season with Raiders Tirol, and 5 receiving touchdowns. The same number that he had this year with Stuttgart. Former Vienna Viking in the Austrian Football League, also the Salzburg Ducks of the Austrian. Pass over the middle for the first down to Meyer again. Meyer impressing enough scouts to be invited to an NFL International Combine, 2 Canadian Football League Global Combines. A matter of those just this past year. Stuttgart had 5 first downs on their first drive of the game. That's their first down since. And the bobbled exchange, it works out just about for Kandar. Well, Hennessy wasn't realizing that Kandar was stumbling out of the backfield. He slipped there, and the handoff going right into his helmet. And that worked out incredibly well, all things considering. A 3-yard gain for Kandar. so much a butt fumble as a helmet fumble. Head fumble maybe as Hennessy. Empty backfield here, and the pass dropped over the middle by Stewart, who is not off to the best of starts in this game. The New Jersey General in the USFL earlier this year, Stewart. He was met hard by Marius Kenzie, the Fire linebacker over the middle. Four catches for Stewart, but only for 26 yards.
Timeout called by Stuttgart. Their first charge team timeout of the first half. 30-second timeout. Jordan
Newman seeing something he doesn't like. What is suddenly a very important offensive play for Stuttgart. They have to stay in touch with the Fire here today. Cannot afford to let the Fire go up by multiple scores.
Timeout's up, guys. Timeout's over. Clock's running. Clock's running.
Third down, 7 yards to go coming up. Surge ball at their own 45-yard line. Hennessy steps up. He's going to try and run for it. He won't get there. Helmet of Coy Freeman comes off in the tackle. Will Jordan Newman be tempted to go for it here on fourth down, particularly given how his punter is performing? It looks like they will. Huge moments in the second quarter. Got to get to the Fire 48-yard line here. Hennessy over the middle, incomplete. Broken up beautifully by Dardor. The nickelback getting the fourth down stop for the Fire. And the surge denied. Beautiful defensive play. Lengauer, the punter, ironically, was the intended target. But Soufiane Dardor, the Dutch defensive back who was only signed during week 10, only had one tackle in all of the regular season, played a little bit more last week in the semifinal, had a couple of tackles defensively. What a moment for him and for the Fire defense more generally. Midfield for Tunga, his first carry of a new drive. And that goes nowhere. Good lateral pursuit by Bryce Chiwadi, former Hamburg Sea Devil defensive tackle. He played in that 2021 championship game with Hamburg. Stuttgart won a bit of a shootout last week in the semifinals against Vienna. But they forced a few turnovers in that game to help them along. They're going to need to do that here, you feel, as Tunga up the middle breaks one tackle, spun down around the 43-yard line of the surge. Quick cut back. That's the sort of maneuver that makes Tunga so dangerous. Stuttgart needs a defensive play here. Bringing blitz pressure. Clark double clutching, throwing short, and Mahungu makes the catch. He's just short of the line to gain, though. It'll be 4th down and half a yard to go. Decision time for Jim Tomsula.
Number 71 reports us illegible.
Well, Leander Vigans, an eligible receiver here on 4th and 1. Fire might be going with the heavy formation. Hand off to the fullback, Perch, and he's got the first down. The up man, Perch, who had only 1 carry in the entire regular season. And more good blocking by this outstanding Fire offensive line. Made it look pretty easy for Perch. Who also serves as the Fire's long snapper on punts and field goal attempts. He's lined up as a blocker here for Tunga. Gets past initial contact and picks up 6, does Glenn Tunga. Tunga finished 3rd in rushing during the regular season despite being out for that 4-game suspension.
This is the injury timeout called for number 43.
And is Perch, the injured player, down for the Fire. Glenn Tunga last year with Hamburg ran for nearly 1,500 yards and 21 touchdowns on the ground. See the highlights, the Robitaille touchdown after Geyer opened the scoring for the Surge. And just a reminder that the Fire deferred after winning the opening coin toss, so they will get the ball to start the second half. And that's why it's vital for Stuttgart's defense to come up big here as we approach the halfway mark of quarter number 2. Clark play action. Looking deep down the field and has his man. Quofi pushed out of bounds inside the 5. Great touch on the pass from Jadrian Clark. Dropped it right in the bucket. Sack shoving Quofi out of bounds, but Fire offense knocking on the door yet again. First and goal from the 3. Play action over the middle. Quofi. Pass broken up by Mitch Fettig.
Reports us illegible.
Fettig doing just enough. Quofi had that ball in his hands but couldn't haul it in. Alexander Kress at the heart of the Stuttgart defense, trying to make sure they've got a full complement of 11 players out on the field. Again, looking to throw for the touchdown, and they get it to Florian Eichhorn. Second receiving touchdown of the season for Eichhorn. And the Fire, their 3rd touchdown of the game. They are in command of ELF Championship game number 3. Christian Eichhorn, the former Cologne Centurion. Big moment for him as Van Santen. A bit of a false start there, and the kick just between the sticks. Kicker is given some latitude with regard to illegal procedure penalties.
This is the TV timeout.
Look at the score again for Eichhorn. He's drifting out into the flats. Nobody near to him. He's able to wander in unopposed. Late to the party was Nick Wenzelberger. And after the slow starts, Rhein Fire offense hitting 6th gear already. Jadrian Clark, 8 of 11 passing, 125 yards and 3 touchdowns. And for Eichhorn, the 28-year-old tight end, had only 4 catches all season, including 1 catch for 11 yards in the semifinal against Frankfurt. He's a Philadelphia Eagles fan as far as his NFL loyalties. So he's not had a lot of defeats in any sense here in 2023 to worry about. Super Bowl notwithstanding. Where does Stuttgart go from here? That is the question. What's that boxing saying about how you respond after you get hit in the head really hard for the first time in a match? They have taken some body blows, the Surge. Can they ride the storm or have their legs fully turned to jelly here? Van Santen's kickoff. This one will be returnable by Meyer. He's not going to make it past his own 25. Good kick coverage for the Fire. I think that was intentional from Van Santen. And Stuttgart with so much work to do.
Number 62 reports are still eligible.
Hennessy 8 of 15 for only 55 yards. When you're averaging less than 4 yards per attempt, that's not going to get the job done. Andar takes the handoff and right up the middle for about 5. Seven carries for 35 yards for Kandar, averaging exactly 5 yards per carry. Marius Kenzie patrolling the linebacker core for the Fire. At the heart of so much of what this Rhein team does well is that handoff to Kandar, just a short gain. Stopped by Samuel Cargill. Cargill, a 2-time GFL All-Star.
62 reports are still eligible.
Former Braunschweig New Yorker Lion. And again, the Surge facing a 3rd down conversion, which they so badly need. Quick pass, complete for the 1st down. Slipping there defensively, I think it was Richter. Stewart able to take advantage. But we haven't seen Hennessy throw any deep balls yet, really, in this game. They need to open up the playbook. Hennessy, delayed handoff this time, but not much there, if anything, for Kandar. Kai Hunter has gotten 1 carry for Stuttgart, picked up only a yard. Otherwise, it's all been Kandar on the ground. And the Flyers starting to clue in on the Frenchman. Inside the final 5 minutes of the first half. Motion man is Meyer. Play action this time. Now a deep ball. One-on-one coverage. The catch is made at the 25-yard line by Stewart. And the first really big offensive play of the game for the Surge. Hunter there in the backfield providing some pass protection. Hennessy had time. Underthrew Stewart, but he adjusted well. Getting the better of Omari Williams that time. And Stuttgart needs points here on this drive, almost certainly. This is Hunter. Tries to bounce outside, gets a bit of a push, and he's still on his feet. Hunter inside the 10. There is a penalty marker down. Hunter appeared to be wrapped up, but he got some support. What about the marker?
Personal foul, face mask, number 90 on the defense. Penalty is a half yard to the goal line. First down.
Remy Feltes.
Timeout for injured player.
Face mask up in the middle there. Yeah, there. It was a good call, and Hunter is being dragged forward. Kai Hunter, only 5'9", 191 pounds.
62 and 67 report.
He got a helping hand, and it's now goal to go for Stuttgart. Productive drive so far. Handoff up the middle for the score. It's Hunter. Just the 4th rushing touchdown of the year for Kai Hunter. And Stuttgart back within a score. Assuming they get something on the extra point. Hunter, who played with Frankfurt last season, a non-factor in the playoff semifinal victory against Vienna. 1 carry for 1 yard, and that was it. But here with some help, getting Stuttgart back into this game, the extra point from Krieg. He pushed that one wide right, so it's not a 1-score game. It's still a 9-point margin for the Rhein Fire. And Krieg. That's terrible from Stuttgart's perspective, but you see the great hole opened up for Hunter. Just able to squeeze right through. Nice block by Ben-Hur Ira, I think it was. Opening up a path. Hunter did the rest. But Stuttgart, their kicking game. Take a good touchdown run like this, and it's an instant buzzkill to miss the extra point. I'm slightly surprised they didn't go for 2 there. Make it a 7-point game. Try to. Snap was good, the hold was perfect, and he just pushed it, did Krieg. But the margin is back to single figures as Krieg's kickoff. It's going to skip into the end zone for a minor touchback. Fire will begin from their own 20.
Result of the play, minor touchback, first down, 20-yard line.
All 3 timeouts still for Jim Tomsula in this first half. Wide receiver set here on first down. Clark setting up the wide receiver screen to Robitaille. He breaks another tackle. Picks up 13 yards. It was such a big call to make sure that Robitaille was going to add to the offense here because William Patterson had done so well since being signed in week 7 at over 500 yards receiving, 6 touchdowns. Also a rushing touchdown for Patterson on the year. Patterson had 4 catches for 63 yards last week against Frankfurt. But Robitaille answering the call. Again, they set up the screen for him. This time, nowhere to bounce outside to. The nice play made by Alexander Kress. Kress, the man they call Mucke, the mosquito of the Stuttgart defense. 6 years with Schwäbisch Hall, still an active amateur handball player. Here's Kress. A couple of team handball experts on the Surge side. A second down, pass rush here for Clark. Able to heave downfield into double coverage, and that's picked off by Zek. Goran Zek on the return. He's going to get past midfield. That's exactly what the Surge defense needed. Not a smart decision by Clark to throw so deep into double coverage. Penalty flag down, might be on the return. Clark was determined to heave deep down the field. Maybe didn't spot Zek coming across from his safety position. And good blocking up the field. A clean pick, the first turnover of this championship game. Very nice job by Zek to corral the football. He had a couple of chances. Fourth pick of the year for Zek, or actually 5, including his interception of Wrocław in the wild card game. 3 interceptions in the regular season. Waiting for word from referee Radicek.
We have 2 fouls on the play. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 91 on the kicking team, and unsportsmanlike conduct, number 5 on the receiving team. Both fouls are set at the dead ball spot, first down.
It wasn't a kicking team and a receiving team. It was an intercepting team on the offensive side. But anyway, you get the drift. No penalty yards to be enforced, and it will be Stuttgart football. In the Fire's half of the field, they
This is the 2-minute warning.
had some massive turnovers against Vienna last week. We get to the 2-minute warning here. Stuttgart maybe, just maybe, back in the game here against the Fire. in the Schau-Insuland Rhein Arena. .158 left before halftime. Jim Tom Sula looking a little bit pensive on the Rhein Fire sideline. The ball has been brought back to the 43-yard line of the Surge. We were told that the penalty's offset, but I think the ball's been moved back a little bit, but still Stuttgart with good field position, a chance to make this a one-score game before halftime. Tennessee going deep down the sideline, has a man, it's complete to Stewart down to the 20. Darrell Stewart Jr. rattled after making the catch, but he hung on against the coverage of Amari Williams coming over the top. Right on the edge of the Fire red zone. Stewart over 100 yards receiving. In the flat, Stewart again. Tangling with Janssen before being forced out of bounds with 1:15 left. Surge still with 2 timeouts. They won't have to worry about the clock just yet. Sometimes you can see face mask calls going against the player in possession of the football. Situations like that. Just a 4-yard pickup. Tennessee drops off to Kandar, who can't hang on. Kandar looping out of the backfield. Wasn't the best throw from Hennessy. Didn't need to throw it that high or that hard. Third and 6. You've got the kicker Krieg, who has missed both of his extra point attempts thus far. How will that factor into the equation? Tennessee now forced to scramble. There's going to be a penalty call here against the Surge as Tennessee taken down. Short of the first down marker. Looks like a hold against Stuttgart.
6 on the offense. 10-yard penalty, third down.
Well, that's an interesting decision if Tom Sula is choosing to enforce the penalty. There was a clear hold there as
Okay, correction.
Phelps is getting
Rhein
his
chose
jersey
to
yanked.
decline the holding for the fourth down.
Yeah, so now we get the confirmation. Tom Sula will decline the penalty. It's going to be 4th and 5. Stuttgart can choose to attempt a field goal of basically extra point distance, or they can keep the offense on the field. And they are going to go for it here on 4th down. You can understand why. Huge moments here at the end of the first half. Empty backfield for Hennessy. Blitz coming. Throw to the end zone. It's caught for the touchdown. Wow. Paul Steigerwald. Single coverage down the sideline. Jordan Newman pushing all of his chips into the middle of the table. And Steigerwald, only one playoff catch this season before that one right there.
Timeout called by Stuttgart. 30-second timeout.
Stuttgart may be debating whether to go for 2 here. What a call. Going for it on 4th down, Jordan Newman. And the throw had to be perfect from Hennessy, and it was. To Steigerwald. Up the middle came Simon. Had to release it when he did, and it couldn't have been any better. The coverage of Richter was good. But Steigerwald able to extend. Haul the ball in. Steigerwald has been with the Surge since the inception of their franchise here in the ELF. Part of the 0-12 team last year, the 2-8 team in 2021. He's become de-emphasized this year with the talent coming in, the likes of Geyer and Meyer and Stewart Jr. Just the 9 catches in the regular season. And that his 4th touchdown. The Surge will indeed go for 2. 3 wide receivers to the right. Kandar lining up in the backfield, and want to take another timeout maybe.
Snap. Delay of game number 4 on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Remains a drive.
How can you get a delay of game penalty coming out of a timeout like that? Did they reset the play clock? Hennessy arguing his case. That's brutal. They might still choose to go for it here on the 8-yard 2-point conversion attempt. 7 yards, beg your pardon. They will. Hennessy to the end zone. It's caught for 2 by Meyer. It's a 1-point game in Duisburg. Hennessy given time in the pocket. And again, a perfect throw To Meyer. Just got away from Lucas Richter for long enough. Riverboat Ron Rivera, they call him, the Washington Commanders head coach. Not sure if Riverboat Jordan has a certain ring to it. As Krieg's kickoff. Not going to go out of bounds. It is. That's careless. Oh. Fire get the ball at the 40.
First down at 40-yard line.
With all 3 timeouts remaining. Things going bad to worse for Lenny Krieg here today in this game. So certainly the Fire will be looking to score more points. Clark dropping back. It's the pass away, complete for the first down up to Justin Schlesinger. Schlesinger, a late addition to the Fire lineup last week. Listed as a scratch in the initial lineup for the game against the Galaxy, but wound up making 1 catch for 14 yards. Gets the ball beyond midfield here. Yannick Lurks lined up far side with trips to the near side of the field for Andrew Weidinger's offense. Clark holding on, and now he goes down. The sack for Aslan Zetterberg.
Timeout called by Rhein Fire. Their first charge timeout of the first half.
Pocket just couldn't hold on forever, and Clark lucky to keep hold of the football there. First sack of either quarterback in this game. Zetterberg had 6 sacks in the regular season. The former AFI All-Europe team member back in 2021. First team ELF All-Star last season, the Swede. He was part of the Leipzig Kings exodus. Signed in week 8 with the Surge. Second down, just a 3-man rush. Clark over the middle. That's complete for the first down to Quofi. And the Fire in field goal range. They can afford to take a timeout here. It looks like they're going to let play continue naturally. Down to 23 seconds and ticking. And now a penalty flag. They're going to wind up getting a 10-second runoff and a 5-yard penalty. Unless they take that second timeout anyway.
Full start on the offense. 5-yard penalty. First down.
They need to enforce the runoff. This has got to be a timeout or a 10-second runoff. It certainly should be.
Will take their second charge team timeout to avoid 10-second runoff.
Yeah, so just poor clock management. You should just take the timeout. Still got 1 left. You would have had another 10 or 15 seconds more to work with here. Instead, they pick up the 5-yard penalty. And a big completion over the middle to Quofi. Quofi now with 4 catches for 82 yards, leading everyone in receiving yards for the Fire in this game. Robitaille, both with 4 catches and a touchdown apiece. Maybe back out of Van Santen's field goal range. 1st and 15. Again, just a 3-man pass rush. Clark directing traffic, throwing deep. That's going to fall incomplete. Looking for Robitaille. Play took up a lot of time. Van Santen does have a very strong leg. He hit a 59-yard field goal in the regular season. Only 3 of 7 on field goal attempts this season. Sebastian Van Santen. Clark looking over the middle. It's complete to Robitaille. With 5 seconds left, they will take their last timeout. And that will make Van Santen's job much easier. Robitaille wide open down the middle.
Their 3rd and final timeout of the first half.
No time for another offensive play here.
Will the stadium clock operator put 8 seconds on the game clock? 8 seconds
Maybe
on the
there
game
is.
clock, please.
That could change the equation. They could take a shot for the end zone here with 8 seconds instead of 4. But they've already sent the field goal team out.
Number 71 reports as eligible. And number 99 reports as eligible.
Will be Van Santen to try the field goal now. Again, only 3 of 7 on the season. He's got a strong leg, but not always the most accurate. It's a 34-yard attempt. The hole just gotten down in time. Van Santen able to drill it through. And the Fire in front by 4. And 4 seconds left in the first half. Not the best snap by Perch, but excellent hold. Van Santen, a perfect 4 of 4 today. That's a relative rarity. 6 of 6 last week on extra points against Frankfurt, but one more kickoff coming up. Will he get this into the end zone for a touchback, or will Yannick Meyer have a chance? Maybe make something happen. It certainly looked like the Fire were heading over the horizon, but Stuttgart coming back into the game so well. And that kick does sail to the very back of the end zone.
Result of the play, major touchback, first down, 30-yard line.
Stuttgart. One more offensive play, you'd think it'd be a kneel down. Don't want to take any chances of a defensive return for a touchdown here. Will just be a kneel down for Hennessy to take us through to halftime. A high scoring and very entertaining first half of football in ELF championship game number 3. 3 touchdown passes for Jadrian Clark, but Stuttgart coming back, making it a 4-point game at halftime. Rhein Fire leading the Stuttgart Surge 24-20.
Und wir sehen das Logo schon oben auf der Leinwand und wir kommen zu unserer Halbzeitshow. Auf die begrüßen wir das Wachbataillon des Bundesministeriums der Verteidigung. Viel Spaß! was ganz Besonderes und deshalb wollen wir darüber ganz kurz sprechen. Es gibt eine 6-teilige Serie über die LF, über die European League of Football und mit dabei Jeko Karajczak, da steht jetzt bei mir. Tim Henny auch mit dabei und Gianluca Sant'Agostino von den Seaman Milano und Tim Henny natürlich von den Helvetic Guards. Jeko, erklär kurz, um was geht's in der Doku? 6-teilig, habe ich eben schon mal gesagt. Was können wir uns erwarten? Auf was können wir uns freuen?
Ich glaube, jeder, der heute das hier sieht, dass es genug spannende Momente gibt. Aber was man kaum sieht, ist, was abseits des Spielfeldes passiert, was abseits des Trainings passiert. Und wir haben jetzt uns die interessantesten Stories abseits des Fußball- oder Footballplatzes rausgesucht, haben die begleitet. Die Kamerateams waren 4 Monate mit unterwegs. Heute ist der letzte Drehtag und kurz vor Weihnachten gibt es eine 6x30 Minuten Dokumentation. Und da wollen wir mal ein bisschen hinter die Kulissen schauen und zeigen, was die ELF sonst noch so alles kann. Und 2 von den Jungs, die da mitmachen, sind hier neben mir. Und ich glaube, die alleine zeigen schon, dass wir genug zu erzählen haben.
Sag kurz, bevor wir zu den beiden kommen, sag kurz, du hast gesagt, kurz vor Weihnachten geht's los. Wo ist es zu sehen?
Also, wir werden das Thema bei uns im Game Pass haben, auf dem ELF Game Pass. Wir reden gerade auch mit unserem TV-Partner Pro7, so wie die erste Doku, die wir gemacht haben mit Road to Glory, dass die auch bei Pro7 zu sehen sein wird. Und ich würde mich nicht wundern, wenn wir es vielleicht noch woanders unterbekommen. Wir wollen am Ende, dass so viele Leute wie möglich hinter die Kulissen der ELF sehen und sehen, was für geile Stories wir im Grunde genommen im Hintergrund haben und was wir für tolle Charaktere in der European League of Football tatsächlich spielen haben.
Du hast die Charaktere angesprochen. Einer davon ist Tim Henny, den haben wir jetzt auch schon da. Er hat auch sein Mikrofon schon in der Hand. Ja, wie stolz bist du denn, dass du bei dieser Dokumentation über die ELF dabei sein durftest?
Ja, ist natürlich eine Ehre für mich, damit dabei zu sein. Ich kann da somit auch zeigen, was hinter den Kulissen so ein bisschen abgeht, dass es schwierig ist, als Homegrown Spieler zu spielen, dass man da extrem viel Zeit opfert, extrem viel beiseite legt, wie Time mit der Familie oder mit Freundinnen oder mit Freunden und dass man da extrem viel für sich, von sich etwas gibt und ja.
Questions for you. Could you describe how the film process went?
It's been amazing things because I remember I relive a lot of good moments and bad moments also, but we know as live football in the field we sometimes we have bad moments and good moments, but the most important thing is keep working, keep pushing, and I hope my experience and my story can be an inspiration for young guys, young athletes, and that's it.
Und ich weiß gar nicht, ob ihr schon Teile davon gesehen habt. Jeko hat es ja gesagt, es wird eine spannende Dokumentation hinter die Kulissen der Liga zu schauen. Und wir haben jetzt ein kleines Sneak Preview sozusagen für euch auf der Leinwand. Und wir schauen einfach mal rein in die Dokumentation zu ELF. Viel Spaß!
Das Leben ist dann in gewissem Maße nie so ganz fair. Wenn man hart trainiert, dann wird man nicht immer besser, sondern manchmal hat man auch Verletzungen.
Meine Aufgabe ist dort sicher, ein bisschen gute Laune zu verbreiten und einfach ein bisschen viel Liebe zu geben den Leuten.
Das macht einfach Spaß, dabei zu sein, sowas mit aufzubauen und eben seinen Teil dazu beizutragen, wo man kann.
Questo torneo secondo me gran parte di quello che io sono adesso è grazie alle esperienze che il football mi ha fatto vivere.
Football is family, yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you what, fucking proud to be with you guys.
Second half underway at the third European League of Football Championship game. Nathaniel Robitaille on the return out past the 30. Rhein Fire winning the coin toss at the start of the game and deferring, so they get the extra overlapping possession after they scored that late 34-yard field goal through Sebastian Van Santen. 4 seconds left at the end of the first half. Jadrian Clark out for the second half. An excellent opening contribution. 13 of 18, 192 yards, 3 touchdowns. Did have the 1 interception. Glenn Tunga on the ground. He bashes forward for about 5. Tunga 11 carries for 56 yards in the first half. 245 yards of total offense for the Fire, 222 for Stuttgart. Despite a couple of 3-and-outs, Stuttgart fell behind 21 points to 6. They have come back, and wide receiver screen far side to Robitaille. He jukes his way forward for first down yardage. Seemed to be contained on that far side of the field. Mayan Yelvani, one of the 2 Yelvani brothers, over to help out make the tackle. The former Rhein Fire player Yelvani, the younger Yelvani that is. Tunga getting the carry, getting about 4 this time on first down. His legs keep driving after the initial point of contact. Fire only had to come from behind once during the season. That was against Frankfurt last week in the semifinals of the playoffs. You see, we might have offside against Stuttgart here.
Prior to the snap, neutral zone infraction on the defense. 5-yard penalty. Now.
Becomes 2nd and 1. Simon Butch. Not happy with himself. Ball now into the surge half of the field. Clark going to throw on second. As a man has a first down to Mahungu, who had his helmet rattled off in the tackle. Second catch of the game for Mahungu.
Number 78 reports us illegible.
Mahungu, the former ELF champion with the Frankfurt Galaxy. In the first season of this league. Play action from Clark. Drops off underneath. Good tackle there on Tunga by Mitch Fettig. Fettig, who had signed with the Calgary Stampeders of the CFL 2020 before that season was canceled in the COVID pandemic year. Very good open field tackle into those strong legs of Tunga. Clark maybe changing the play at the line of scrimmage under center. Toss sweep to Tunga, but he's going to be held up again by Fettig. Passing down coming up for Jadrian Clark as Fettig looking a little bit winded. 2 tough tackles against Tunga will do that to a man. Potentially a significant moment early in this third quarter. 3rd and 7. Ball on the Stuttgart 32. Kendus gets the call. Sergei Kendus up the middle. He's going to be about 2 yards short of the first down. Interesting decision to bring Tunga off the field and the backup Sergei Kendus, who did average 5.5 yards per carry on the season for the Fire. Definitely within Van Santen's field goal range, but Clark and the offense staying out on the field. Can the Surge get a stop? Clark throws near side. That's going to be too easy for Quofi. Into the Stuttgart red zone. Just a quick pass right at the line of scrimmage to Quofi, but there is a penalty flag down, so hold everything.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, number 91 on the defense. Half the distance to go. First down.
Rafael Zisler must have come way after the play, because that was a two-step drop and a quick pass fired by Clark. That makes it goal to goal for the Fire offense. Clark again under center. The handoff to Kendus. He zigs back. Kendus up the middle, in for 6. For number 6. Kendus had a touchdown run against Frankfurt in the semifinals last week. Here he puts the Fire up by 2, scores again. And the Fire continued their amazing streak of games scoring at least 30 points. Every game since week 2 this season, they have gone over the 30 mark. It's Van Santen's extra point. That's low and no good. That just looked weird. So it's a 10-point game.
Right. TV timeout.
With a touchdown run again. A great first cut by Kendus. And then had too much strength for Wenzelberger. Kendus, who played with the Cologne Crocodiles last season. Former cornerback. He only changed to be a running back when he was at the under-19 level. Very strong final game of the regular season for Kendus, with 11 carries for 67 yards against the Galaxy. And here, pinballing his way into the end zone. And Van Santen's perfect day spoiled by that extra point. So the Fire hold serve on offense to start the second half. Excellent drive down the field. Nine plays, 68 yards. Kendus, the 9-yard rushing touchdown. Here's that extra point again, by the way. Was blocked partially. I think Van Santen connected the football the way he would have wanted to anyway. Not quite sure what's going on here. from a little KFC product placement. Van Santen ready to kick off again for the Fire. That drive took up more than 5 minutes here at the start of the third quarter. Stuttgart played that ding-dong game against Vienna last week. And they come back here. Well, that kick doesn't reach the target line. That'll be Stuttgart getting the ball at the 40.
Failure to reach kick target line, number 33 on the kicking team. First down, 40-yard line.
Got to kick the ball in the air beyond the 20-yard line for the kick to be legal. Van Santen, the former soccer player, supposed to join the Rhein Fire last year, but TSV Meerbusch, his club, vetoed the idea. He's become full-time with the Fire this year. But a short-ish field for Riley Hennessy and the Surge offense. Handoff to Kandar. Tackle by Marius Kenzie, who led the Fire this season with 81 tackles during the regular season. 3 sacks, 9 tackles for losses for Kenzie. See him there. Just a 1-yard pickup for Kandar. Empty backfield for Hennessy. Time in the pocket and has a man wide open. Down the sideline, it's Meyer, and he loses the football. Touchdown has been signaled, but this might go to review. I don't think Meyer had gotten to the goal line. They are discussing it. I think this is going to be Rhein Fire football on a touchback. What a moment for Meyer. Couldn't hang on at the crucial moment. They can't initiate a replay review here because the original signal was a touchdown.
Previous play is under further review.
Now the issue here is, what is the call on the field in case it's close? It's not a coach's challenge. That's the very end of the play. It would be a touchback if Meyer has not crossed the goal line. Will they have the right camera angle to look at this, of course? Dardur giving chase, and that ball's clearly out before the end zone. And a clear recovery by Williams. This is going to be a Rhein Fire touchback. Unbelievable.
After review, the room on the field is changed. The receiver fumbled the ball. The ball was recovered by the defense in the end zone. Therefore, the ruling is a touchback. First down on the 20-yard line.
And Soufiane Dardur, what a name he's making for himself. Meyer, normally you teach the ball carrier to hold the ball in his outside arm, situations like that, for precisely that reason. But Dardur, the forced fumble, and Williams pouncing. Rhein Fire ball at their own 20. What a gift. First turnover of the game for Stuttgart. That pass hauled in by Guofi nicely. On the sideline, a pickup of about 7. Great hands with Fettig over in coverage. Sufjan Dardur now with a pass breakup, 5 tackles, and that forced fumble. Pass breakup to 4th down stop. Clark now is losing his footing but stays upright. Now has the man wide open. It's Tunga out of the backfield for the first down. Clark could have made a sandwich and had a picnic in the pocket before eventually releasing the football. Not the 3rd reception of the game for Glenn Tunga. Rush in bright sunshine up the middle. It was by Kendus, but there is a flag.
Offside. Offense number 10. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Don't see offside called against the offense very often.
Timeout for injured player.
By the way, it would have been a 59-yard touchdown, Hennessy to Meyer. Instead, it's 57 yards and then the forced fumble. Here's the play again. Meyer got behind the defense. Dardur a failure in coverage possibly, but he atoned in the best way possible. The punch out. Just when Meyer thought he was going to make it a one-score game again, as this pass completes. Look at all the space for Kendus. Out of the backfield for another Rhein Fire first down. First catch of the game for Kendus. There's Meyer. He's got the red streak from the Rhein Fire end zone on his jersey to show exactly the mistake he made. First down carry Tunga. Picking up 3. Lonely place for Meyer on the sideline now. The only Austrian out on the field. Second and 7. Here's Tunga. Bouncing off of one tackle. There is a penalty flag down in the area of holding, and then Tunga whistled for his forward progress having been stopped.
Holding 66 on the offense. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
That is Nick Veens, who listed as a reserve today, not a starter, despite being a first-team ELF All-Star pick this season. He played some junior college football in New Mexico. Quite a few European football players wind up at the New Mexico Military Institutes, one of several American schools that have consciously targeted foreign recruits. Clark, second and long. Again, plenty of time in the pocket. Now he's flushed, but he will run. He'll pick up about 6. Jadrian Clark decent set of wheels. It's not forced out of the pocket all that often this season with that great offensive line, so he's not really had too many chances to shine as a rusher the way that maybe he has in previous years. Did have 758 yards rushing in college with Weber State, an FCS school in Utah. Play clock running down. Do they get it off in time? Clark over the middle, completes with a good tackle on Yannick Lurks. Lurks with his first catch of the game. Fourth and 6. What will Tom Sula choose to do here? Fede doing just enough to topple Lurks over. I think the Fire are going to have to take a timeout here. Some confusion.
Prior to the snap, legal substitution, 12 men on the offense. 5-yard penalty, remains 4th down.
Well, that makes things even more complicated. 5 yards further back makes the 4th down conversion attempt very tricky. Also makes any potential field goal that little bit less likely to be converted. Tom Sula looking for someone to blame, but he keeps the offense out on the field. Play clock ticking down again.
Timeout. Called by Rhein Fire. Their first charged in timeout of the second half.
Everyone getting their wires crossed. And a timeout that the Fire might wish they had retained later on in this game, but I wonder if Tom Sula might be inclined to change his decision here. I think they were yelling surge for Sergei Kendus, not for the Stuttgart surge. They're in the Fire huddle. Offense staying out on the field. They're maybe trying to break the back of this game right here and right now. Definite risk. Can the Fire make the gamble pay off? Clark to pass. Clark over the middle. He's got his man. It's a first down to Quofi. 18-yard pickup on 4th and 11. Clean pocket for Clark. Easy strike to Quofi. Vensler across late in coverage. And that is a huge conversion. Clock keeps ticking. The Fire keep moving the ball down the field. Play action. Clark looking for the home run ball here. By the pylon, incomplete, just beyond the outstretched arms of Eichhorn. There's another flag down on the field.
Illegal use of hands on the defense, 54. 5-yard penalty with an automatic first down.
Alexander Kress penalized. Watch him right up the middle of the field. Gets his hand up.
Reports as eligible.
Right in the grill of Joachim Christensen, the starting center for the Fire. You can't do that. First and 10 on the Surge 16. And off to Kendus. He stoppered up after gaining maybe 1.5 yards. Jadrian Clark has now completed passes to 8 different receivers. 22 of 27 for 291 yards already. Maybe trying to set another passing record for most yards in a championship game. There's Tonga, short pickup for him. Surge need to contain the Fire, hold them to a field goal to keep it at a 2-score margin. Leg tackle by Lewis Bach there. Clark does own the record for most passing yards in a championship game already, 351 2 years ago. As Kendus coming around near side, he'll get to the 10, but no farther. So it will be 4th down. Will it be Van Santen? A little misdirection attempt there, but
Number 71 and 99 report. 71, 99 report.
Surge were staying disciplined on defense. Yelvani Sasan, that is, with the tackle. And they do bring Van Santen out for what should be a chip shot field goal. 28 yards away. This to make it a 13-point Fire advantage. Kick is up. He slipped. Still got the kick through. Footing has been problematic for several players here today. But Van Santen, just his 4th field goal of the season. The Fire in front by 13. That kick could have gone anywhere. But it split the sticks. Late in this 3rd quarter, the game's not over yet, but the Fire have what feels like a significant lead. They were up 24-20 at halftime. Gotten a touchdown, they've gotten a field goal, and they forced that fumble on Yannick Meyer, leading to a touchback for the Fire on the recovery by Omari Williams. Van Santen's kickoff. He's got to be worried about his footing all the time here now. Ball's going to scoot out of bounds. Another mistake. Ball took a right angle turn.
Number 33 on the kicking team. First down, 40-yard line.
So again, the Surge gifted good field position, and Jim Tomsula knows he's got to get through this game today with Van Santen handling all the kicking duties. Ball back in the hands of Riley Hennessy. 14 of 22 passing, 209 yards and 2 touchdowns. Not bad. He's got an empty backfield here on 1st down. Set up the screen. They set it up nicely. About a 5-yard pickup for Geyer. Appeared to have more blocking in front of him, but good job by the Fire defensively. Great job by Simon to shed his blocker. Simon really coming to the party here in the championship game for the Fire defense. Play action. Hennessy going deep. Has a man. Catch is made, and it's going to be a score for Darryl Stewart Jr. "55-yard touchdown. The Surge right back in business. Woo!
Number 62 and 67 report as eligible.
Now the decision whether to kick or go for two. They will attempt the latter, trying to make it a 5-point game. Tennessee in the pistol. Hand off to Kandar. He's got support. He's got two. And Stuttgart, the quick strike. Kandar tacking on the two after this. Touchdown pass to Stewart. He got way behind the defense. Perfect throw. Stewart barely had to check his stride. And that's the longest reception of the season, regular season or postseason for Stewart. He won the German Bowl with the Dresden Monarchs 2 years ago after a decent career at Michigan State University with the Spartans in the Big Ten Conference. Stewart, who was in preseason camp with both Green Bay and Carolina in 2020. He gets a massive moment in this championship game. Kickoff from Krieg will be fielded at the 7. And look at the hole for Williams. Omari Williams with the big kickoff return. Out of bounds by the kicker, Krieg. Gaping hole, just basically sprinted forward. Williams had a 94-yard kickoff return for a touchdown against Hamburg last year in Week 8.
Number 78 reports as eligible.
And it's all happening right here at the end of this third quarter. Hand off to Tunga. Tripped up by Sasan Yelvani right at the end of the third quarter. 15 minutes left in ELF Championship game number 3, and it's a barn burner. The Fire leading the Surge 33-28 on a picture-perfect day in Duisburg. 15 minutes left in the ELF season. That man, Johannes Brenner, under real pressure, the Stuttgart defensive coordinator. His boys need a stop as Jadrian Clark, play action, looking toward the end zone. Overshooting Robitaille. Brings up 3rd and 7. Empty backfield, 5 wideouts for Clark. And the Surge defense make a stop. Set up the screen. And Quofi's got the first down. They do like a good, quick wide receiver screen, the Fire. Clark gets the ball out quickly. Actually, had a man in the passing lane, but kind of overshot the mark there on defense. That puts the ball at the Surge 28. And off to Tunga. He picks up 3. Surge going for 2 after that last touchdown means that if the Fire kicks a field goal here, it would still be a 1-possession game. But for that possibility to emerge, the Surge will need to get a couple of stops here. Forced 4th down. Quofi in motion to the near side. And off to Tunga. He's held up well. It's a great job by Nicholas Naublach. Hanging on to the leg of Tunga for dear life. Naublach fighting off the block. Vyasya Raji. And so it will be 3rd down. Tunga has to be careful with the football there as well. It's another 3rd and 7. Same distance they converted with that flanker screen to Quofi. Another pass to a wide open man, Quofi, but he was missed by Clark. And again, decision time for Tomsula. Well, he had Quofi, he really did. He didn't need to be that accurate of a pass either. The Fire offense staying out. Big call here by Jim Tomsula. Would have been a 42-yard field goal attempt instead. Clark to pass. Over the middle, complete, 1st down. To Mahungu. You make one defensive play, you make another, but you have to make 4 in a row to stop this high-flying Fire offense. Stuttgart just can't get off the field. The Fire have run 57 offensive plays to only 41 for Stuttgart in the game now. Clark, the deep drop. Fires near side. I think he was out of bounds. Now Robitaille did not get both feet in. Yeah, no feet on the ground there. In fact, I think both feet out of bounds. He did drag the right foot, but the left foot definitely landed on the chalk. Fine margins. Into the surge red zone again. Fire on offense. Clark looking over the middle, complete. And the first down pickup. Once again, it is Quofi. 9 catches in the game for Harlan Quofi.
71 report as eligible.
And it's first and goal to go for the Fire. Perch in at fullback. Oh, and I think this is going to be on the offense. If I had to guess, I don't think Stuttgart came into the neutral zone there.
Full start, 77, offense, 5-out penalty, goes down.
Sven Breitenbach lured into the false start. Breitenbach ever present. Left tackle for the Fire this season. Pushes the ball back to the 9. Stuttgart did get the stop this part of the field previously, but Clark over the middle, and that's another touchdown! And again it's Quofi. His second, Clark's fourth. The Fire back in front by 2 scores. What a game for Harlan Quofi. And of course for Jadrian Clark. He knew that was likely to happen. Are they going to kick the extra point is my question. They are, which is curious. Guess this makes it a 12-point game, and probably the right decision. If this is good, then Stuttgart will need 2 touchdowns instead of a touchdown, a 2-point conversion, and a field goal. Snap and hold are good. The kick from Van Santen is pushed. He missed it. And that's the other reason you maybe don't try the extra points. Neither kicker is having a lot of joy out here right now.
TV timeout.
Here's the touchdown again. Clark, good throw over the top of Nick Venselberger. And beating Amayan Yelvani in coverage, the linebacker. Quofi now 10 catches, 146 yards receiving, and the 2 touchdowns. That is the highest reception total in an ELF championship game. 11 receiving touchdowns in this game for Quofi. This is now the record for most receiving yards in a championship game. Adria Botella Moreno for Hamburg against Frankfurt in 2021 had 138 yards receiving. Quofi up to 146. Fire back in the box seats in their home stadium, trying to complete the first ever perfect European League of Football campaign. How much different would this game be if Yannick Meyer had not fumbled that ball into the end zone? Mind you, the fumble gods giveth, the fumble gods taketh away. Last week it was the 97-yard fumble return for a touchdown by Maleka Imbala just when it looked like Vienna was about to go 10 points in front on Stuttgart. They fumbled the ball at the goal line and Imbala took advantage. Meyer will let this ball sail into the end zone. Stuttgart starting from the 30 with 10:42 left in the title game. Quofi. He's not even a first-team ELF All-Star. They've got Mahungu in that slot through the fire. Quofi, the second-teamer.
Number 62 reports us eligible.
And that completed a short 10-play, 43-yard drive. Remember the long kickoff return by Omari Williams. Put the Fire offense in prime position. And off to Kandar on first down. He tries to bust outside, picking up 3.5 maybe. 11 carries, only 43 yards for Kandar. Stuttgart doing without Brian Yankson at running back in this game today. He actually started a wild card game but didn't get a carry against the Panthers. Empty backfield for Hennessy. Over the middle, that's complete to Stewart. He'll get out of bounds at the 44 for a surge first down.
Number 62 reports us eligible.
Once again, Emmanuel Hefele in as an eligible tight end for the surge on offense. Usual formation. It's a pitch to Meyer. He's looking to throw and does. Incomplete. He had room to run, but instead tried to hit Stewart. Louis Geyer has thrown passes this season as a wide receiver for the Surge. Here he just missed the mark. He had Stewart open. Get the ball back into Meyer's hands to make a play. But it is 2nd and 10. Hennessy steps up and will run. Slides down at midfield. He took a hit. That's going to bring the penalty flags flying. Hennessy looked motionless momentarily. May have helped get the call, but
after the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 36 on the defense. 15 yards from the end of the run. First down.
It is Soufiane Dardour. What a game he's had. In both positive and negative respects. Yeah, that's helmet-to-helmet contact against defenseless quarterback. Hennessy back into the fray. And off to Kandar. Finding the same holes that he had in the first quarter on the ground. Clock is definitely a factor. Surge have to score points on this drive. Even a field goal would make it a one-possession game. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Jordan Newman just keep going for it on fourth down until they score or turn the ball over. Hennessy to pass. Has a man. Incomplete. Good job backtracking by Darder again. Another pass breakup in the game for him. Meyer didn't come back to the football. Darder able to get that left hand in. The man unexpectedly in the spotlight at the Schau Insland Rhein Arena. 3rd and 8. It's got to be 4-down territory here. Well, they jumped. They might get a free play here. Back shoulder throw incomplete. But this should be offside against the Fire.
Offside, defense, 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
So 3rd and 8 becomes 3rd and 3. 8:18 left. Great atmosphere from the crowd. Supporters of both sides here. Making plenty of noise. Hennessy has a man, but the ball was tipped. Incomplete. Remy felt was it off of his fingertip? Absolutely was, and that was enough to stop what almost certainly would have been a first down to Geyer. And this may well be the ball game right here. 4th and 3, 8 minutes and change to play. Stuttgart must get a first down here. Fire showing a blitz. Single coverage down the sideline. The catch is made by Stewart. No! Is he out of bounds?
This is a timeout for injured player.
Watch it from this angle. Stewart at full stretch. Oh, he didn't catch the ball. He landed inbounds, but he couldn't haul it in. The ground helping him trap the ball. It's a great call on incomplete.
Stuttgart is challenging the ruling of an incomplete pass. Previous play is under further review.
That challenge is not going to succeed. It's going to burn a timeout in the process. Pretty clear the ground helping him make that catch. And it wiggled after hitting the turf as well, so Stuttgart, oh, they were so close to getting first and goal to go. But that might just be that. Replay official is Patrick Johnson. And it is a very quick verdict about to be delivered.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. It's an incomplete pass. First down.
And losing the timeout there critical as well if Stuttgart has any hopes. It's a perfectly thrown ball. Richter in coverage.
First team timeout.
You know what? He's got to make that catch. I'm sorry. Stewart with 10 receptions for 171 yards in the game. But you simply have to haul that pass in on 4th down. And as I've been saying all game long, fine margins make champions. You look at that catch, which could have been hauled in. You look at the Meyer potential touchdown where he failed to break the plane before the ball was stripped. Stuttgart has competed today, but Tunga getting the carry, and Tunga getting outside for the first down. Stays in bounds close to midfield. And now we zoom in on Stewart on the Stuttgart bench. He and Meyer are going to have nightmares after this one,
78 reports are illegible.
barring a great late surge comeback. Tunga getting up close to 100 yards rushing in the game now. First down, a safe pass to Robitaille. He gets knocked at the surge 44. 7 catches now in the game for Nathaniel Robitaille, back from injured reserve this week.
Number 78 reports.
Felt like a bit of a gamble to me in the abstract, bringing him back instead of William Patterson. But he has more than amply vindicated that decision. Second and 2. Tunga gets the call. He gets another first down. The clock will continue to tick. It's trap block there by Perch, the fullback. Been a fun watch, this championship game, certainly more so for my money than last year's game, which Vienna won quite comfortably over Hamburg in Klagenfurt. Fire trying to complete the undefeated season. Robitaille with the catch and run, go out of bounds, but with the clock still outside of the final 5 minutes.
Timeout for
Start again on the ready for play. Clark close to a 350-yard game. His second in title tilts. Again, he started for the Hamburg Sea Devils 2 years ago in the championship game. Threw for 351 yards. 341 yards before that completion. See the injured player down. I think that's Joachim Christensen, the Danish center for the Fire. Thankfully, this championship game has been fairly injury-free. Christensen back up under his own power, looking a little bit gimpy. Two-time Mermaid Bowl winner with the Copenhagen Towers in his home country.
Number 78 reports as eligible. Guide.
Jim Tom Sula talking before this game about how everything in football starts with the offensive and defensive lines. Those are the guys who make things happen. You have to win games in there before your playmakers can make plays. And as ever, the foundation for this Fire offensive performance starting from the front as we have a penalty.
False start. 86 on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
And it's Robitaille with the mistake. The 13th penalty of the game against the Fire, but only for 92 yards. Stuttgart, 8 penalties for 94 yards this afternoon. Perch and as a fullback, but play action. Screen to Tunga. Beautiful play call. Tunga with the leap. Tunga stays on his feet, and Tunga goes all the way to the house to surely seal the deal on a Rhein Fire championship. Huh! Even his quarterback can hardly believe it.
71 and 99 report as eligible.
5 touchdown passes for Jadrian Clark, and Glenn Tunga, not content with playing football, he's become a hurdle specialist. Van Santen for the extra point. His kick is up and good. And you know the amazing thing, this is only the 6th most points the Fire have put on the board in a game this season. 62 against the Cologne Centurions, 60 against the Munich Ravens. And Tunga, wow! Right over Mitch Fettig of all people. The second team ELF All-Star this season. And that a highlight reel capstone on what surely will now be a perfect season for the Rhein Fire. My goodness. Glenn Tunga with exactly 100 yards on the ground and now 78 yards receiving. The kickoff goes out of bounds.
Failure
Van
to reach
Santen.
target line number 33 on the kicking team. First down on the 40-yard line.
Jadrian Clark up to 386 yards passing, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception. It's not going to get old, that highlight for me. Glenn Tunga, the Brit, 28 years old. Started his career with the London Blitz. Hennessy, the wide receiver, screen to Meyer as he breaks forward over midfield. He picks up 20. As we enter the final 5 minutes. Hennessy now to 300 yards passing in the game. Rhein back to pass. Wants it all and might have it all here, but losing it maybe in the sun was Stewart. Seemed to buckle down in the end zone. The pass was there to potentially be caught. Stewart just kind of bailed out there. And missing his mark that time, looking for Geyer. There is a penalty flag down.
Personal foul, roughing the passer number 92, high contact, 15-yard penalty with an automatic first down.
Eric Adam, who had 1.5 sacks in the final game of the regular season against Frankfurt, but has had a pretty quiet afternoon here today.
Number 62 report as eligible.
15 more yards. Ball just outside the fire red zone. Play action. Looking for the touchdown. Twisting is Meyer, but can't quite find it. Darder back in coverage. Was contact from Darder just out of the reach.
Rhein Fire 68 is now wearing number 69. 68 changes his jersey to 69.
Nick Beans, the offensive guard for the Fire, with the jersey change announced. But right now it's the Fire defense trying to get another stop. Hennessy, nice job to reverse course. Sprinting for the sideline, he'll go out close to the 20. Will stop the clock with 4:09 left in the game. Surge are running on empty here. They need a touchdown. They need an onside kick. They need another touchdown, probably another onside kick, but they are still battling valiantly. Hennessy over the middle, complete for the first down. Geyer to the 8. Only the third catch of the game for Geyer. Did open the scoring, that 8-yard touchdown in the first quarter. Hennessy, slant complete for the score to Stewart. Touchdown Surge. It's a 12-point game. This now the second most points the Fire defense has allowed all season long.
67 report as eligible.
Stuttgart will go for 2 here. Make it a 10-point game if successful. And that ball tipped at the line, incomplete. Looking for Geyer on the slant. But it stays a 12-point margin. It's 2 full touchdowns. Here is the touchdown to Stewart. Simple route. He easily had the better of Lucas Richter there to Daryl Stewart Jr.
Stuttgart elected to go for an onside kick.
Ball fluttered a bit from Hennessy, but he now has 321 yards passing, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. What looks likely to be a losing cause, but let's see the surge onside kick unit going out on the field. I don't think I've seen a successful onside kick in the ELF. We look again, Yannick Meyer's mistake, and then the near catch by Stewart. He just couldn't haul in on 4th down. And then the Tunga leap and score. I keep calling it a mistake by Meyer just because he had the ball in the wrong hand. You want to be going down the sideline with the ball away from the middle of the field. Makes that sort of punch out that much less likely. It was a great play by Sufjan Dardur to force the fumble. Stuttgart's getting their onside kick team out for the Fire. It's the hands team. See, it is a bit of a bobbly field. Could that possibly make a difference here for Stuttgart? There's the kick. It's through the legs, but it is taken by the second line. It's Quofi, I think, making the recovery. So Harlan Quofi, as if he's not done enough already. 10 receptions, 146 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an onside kick recovery. Went right through. Was it Patrick Perch, maybe? If he had made a little bit more contact with that ball, it might have sat down between the 2 lines. And, wow, ifs and buts, coconuts. Game's not over yet. The Surge have 2 timeouts. And the 2-minute warning as well.
78 report as eligible.
But the Fire just need a first down or 2 to officially ice this game. Tunga gets the call. Tunga gets a yard, if that. And a quick timeout called by Jordan Newman.
Timeout, Stuttgart, their second team timeout. 30-second timeout. Please reset the game clock to 3 minutes, 23 seconds. 3:23 on the game clock, please.
Well, this game has been worthy of a few pictures being taken, whether on mobile phones or old-fashioned equipment. It's been a great spectacle for the European League of Football here today. It's been a great weekend from start to finish, as the Fire look to finish their perfect season, first in ELF history. Another handoff to Tunga. This time he's taken down in the backfield. Raphael Zisler making the stop, and the final timeout called by Stuttgart.
Stuttgart, their third and final timeout of the second half. 30-second timeout.
Funnily enough, that takes Tunga's rushing total below 100 yards now in the game. Had been sitting on 22 carries for a $101. Remember, the Atlanta Falcons in the early days of their NFL franchise had their first ever 1,000-yard rusher on the season. A little ceremony, final game of the year, and then he lost a couple of yards, fell short of 1,000 yards, and didn't get the ball again. Might feel like that for Tunga if he can't get back across 100 yards in the title game here today. But he has done more than enough. Push the Fire forward here. 3rd and 13. Well, they settle for a running play. They will to Tunga. But he's hit right at the line of scrimmage, and he goes down. So the Fire will have to punt here, surely. So Riley Hennessy and the Surge offense will get the ball back. The dreadlocks being used. It was a viral video involving Glenn Tunga this past week of a tackle. I think it was Wal Nasri of the Frankfurt Galaxy made in the semifinal, yanking him down by the hair entirely. It's considered part of your uniform. It's not a penalty. As Van Santen will let the play clock run down to 0. They'll take the 5 yards in addition for a few extra seconds.
Still have game on the offense. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
Puts Darryl Stewart Jr. back for the punt return. And Santon gets the kick off. Stewart slips. And the ball will continue to roll and roll down to the 4-yard line. It's for Van Santen. His 12th punt inside the 20-yard line this season. And, well, I mean, game's not over yet. But it kind of just about is, you feel. Surge 96 yards away from a touchdown that they absolutely have to have, and then another onside kick, and then another touchdown. That's all they need.
To report as eligible.
Three wide receivers. Hennessy, play fake. Over the middle, the pass overthrown, intercepted by Coy Freeman. And that definitely will be that now. The first pick of the year by Freeman. Hennessy with the man over the middle, but Stewart way overthrown. And Freeman, the defensive exclamation mark on this Rhein Fire title-sealing performance. We do still have the 2-minute warning to come, so it's not just a case of kneeling down.
Reports as eligible.
I need one first down to ice the game completely. Can't get a first down without scoring a touchdown. Clark with the pitch out to Tunga. He gets taken down. That was a bit of a circus act. It does take us to the final 2-minute warning of the season.
And the TV timeout.
The Rhein Fire, $1.59 away from a 14-0 perfect season and their first European League of Football title. Now the smiles on the Rhein Fire sideline. Jim Tomsula so close to achieving the goal that he had targeted right from the start of this season. They built a super team here in the Ruhr. Rhein Fire, they play their home games in Duisburg. Some people refer to them as Düsseldorf locally in Germany. But one thing, without any doubt, they have been on fire all season long. They may well score more points here. They can't just let the clock run out. And off to Tunga. Tunga is tackled after another 1-yard gain. Tunga now 98 yards rushing. Just a personal milestone. The team victory is paramount. I think Tomsula is going to let this clock run all the way down and then take a timeout.
Timeout. Rhein Fire, their second team timeout of the second half.
The sun is slowly setting beyond the Schau-Insland Rhein Arena. And it really was a perfect day for football. Slight breeze, temperature just above 20 degrees Celsius at game time. Perfect conditions for players and fans alike. But it will be the men in maroon lifting the trophy momentarily.
Number 78 report as eligible.
Again, they have to try to score here, unless they want to give the ball back to the Surge. Play fake. The pass incomplete. Looking for, is that Eichhorn outside? Yes, it is. That stops the clock. Touchdown was there for Florian Eichhorn. Would have been his second of the game. See Mahungu on the sideline.
71 report as eligible.
I don't think he's at full fitness, Anthony Mahungu. Does have 3 catches for 27 yards today, but he's not been central to the Fire's offensive success. Fire will take their last timeout.
Called by Rhein Fire. The third and final timeout of the second half.
Fire offense staying out on the field. Four times this season they've scored at least 50 points in an ELF game. That's what they're looking to do right here. And it's not about running up the score, it's about sealing the deal definitively here. 4th and goal from the 7. Pass to the corner of the end zone. The touchdown reception for Nathaniel Robitaille. It's the 6th touchdown pass of the game for Jadrian Clark. and Robitaille bookending this game with touchdown receptions for the Fire. And the 50 burger is on the grill. The Fire with more than 500 yards of total offense here today. Don't think this margin of victory really flatters them. Stuttgart, they have made a lot of plays. Van Santen's PAT is good. 53-34. The record points tally in an ELF championship game. It might be a record number of points in an ELF playoff game. Before this season, the high was 39 points scored by Vienna against Barcelona in the semifinals last year. Fire had scored 42 points last week against Frankfurt, of course. Stuttgart with 40 points against the Vienna Vikings in their playoff semifinal, but 53 points against the second best team in the land. That is some serious stuff. As Myers' kickoff return, decent pickup back out to the 34. We do have a penalty flag down, hopefully the last of the game.
Holding number 13 on the receiving team. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
Pretty much everybody has stayed in Duisburg. The Gatorade bath being prepared for Jim Tomsula. And the honor given to two of the offensive linemen, fittingly, Joachim Christensen and Sven Breitenbach. That's happening off the field while Hennessy's going to throw on first down and complete. This is Meyer. He gets out close to the original spot on the kickoff return before the penalty. Watch your back, Jim. They're going to wait for the final whistle. Stuttgart in the hurry up. That was contact down the field. Janssen coming together with Geyer. No flag flies. 23 seconds left. They're ready. Pass to Geyer. He'll go out of bounds beyond the 40. We're not going to wait for the final whistle. There it is. At least it was water, not the sticky stuff. 3rd and 2 for Stuttgart. Hennessy Down the field over Stewart, incomplete. We got another bath being prepared. This is for Andrew Weidinger, I wonder. It's not.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 4 on the offense. 15-yard penalty for down.
Riley Hennessy getting a late flag. Richard Kent, the defensive coordinator for the Fire. I mentioned Weidinger, the offensive coordinator. Mario Schultz, the special teams man. Plenty of credit to go around for this perfect Rhein Fire season. 4th and 17 for Stuttgart. And down goes Hennessy. One final slip. And the clock is going to be allowed to run all the way down. The Rhein Fire, victorious and unbeaten in ELF season 2023. A fitting end to a magical year. The Fire from start to finish, the class of this ELF season. They open the year with a 24-point defeat in this stadium against Frankfurt. And they close it with a 19-point win over the Stuttgart Surge. Players out to shake each other's hands at midfield. That's great to see. We said at the start of the game that if both teams play to their full potential, the Fire would probably win, almost certainly would win. But if the Fire were just off a little bit, the opportunity was there for Stuttgart. In the end, Stuttgart was just off that little bit more. They made a couple of key mistakes. They probably still lose, maybe, if Meyer goes in for the touchdown and Darryl Stewart Jr. makes that 4th down reception along the sideline, but the Fire played well enough to more than amply deserve the trophy that is coming their way in just a few minutes. We will stay here for the trophy presentation. Stuttgart will finish the season with 12 wins and 3 losses, including the playoffs. Considering they were 0-12 last year, it's still so much to be proud of. And something to give hope to every European League of Football team. Not every franchise can call upon the likes of Jordan Newman and his connections to the Schwäbisch Hall Unicorns and whatnot. You see the victory cigar for Lasse Meyer. Glenn Tunga, very happy ending to the season after having to start the year on the sideline. It was a cocaine drug suspension, not a performance-enhancing drug that he was found guilty of ingesting. Tunga amply vindicated his performances out on the field this year. And boy, Jadrian Clark. We hope the ELF will carry on for many, many seasons to come, but Quarterbacks are going to have a hard time chasing down Clark's records set this season. Justus Slyman, the 21-year-old reserve defensive end for the Fire. Marvin Fludra, the backup tight end, who didn't have a touch today, but everyone able to take part in the Rhein Fire party. Got the dais up at midfield. Commissioner Patrick Azuma to be at the heart of the trophy ceremony. There are the final stats from this game today. Look at the time of possession for the Fire. 511 total yards of offense. 393 yards passing for Jadrian Clark. He had the 1 sack. But Riley Hennessy tried to go stride for stride with Europe's #1, but just couldn't quite last the pace for the full 60 minutes. It was 33-28 at the end of the third quarter. But the Fire, as always, finding an extra gear late on and taking a deserved, fully deserved ELF title. There is the commish and the trophy. Frankfurt and Vienna inscribed. Plenty of space for the Rhein Fire. You see these Stuttgart players over commiserating with their supporters, or some of them. But this is the afternoon. Well, for Sofian Dardur getting man of the match honors, that's something. That's the real MVP of the season, and surely of this championship game for me. Jadrian Clark, here's Remy Feltes, defensive maestro. Harlan Quofi, what a game for him. 10 catches, 146 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 ice water bath for Tom Sula. I think the ice bucket challenge is kind of passé now, isn't it? But some proudly defiant Stuttgart Surge fans. They have plenty to look forward to in season #4. Not sure what shape that season will take just yet. We know that Madrid will have a Spanish franchise next year. Hopefully the start of a Madrid-Barcelona El Clasico in ELF terms. What other teams, what other new teams will be involved? Whether any old teams might come back into the league remains to be seen. There's Justin Schlesinger and the offensive coordinator Andrew Weidinger, or Weidinger I should say. Sometimes I'm prone to calling him by the German pronunciation, but he is very American. But these health-conscious professional football players are ELF level players. You wonder, are they going to really enjoy a victory cigar? I don't know. Lucas Richter trying his best. The honor guard of the Rhein Fire cheerleaders. Set up in midfield. And Jadrian Clark. All smiles all around the Schauinsland Rhein Arena. Surely the face of the league right there, Jadrian Clark. His story, he's 4th in career passing yards for Weber State, Big Sky Conference School, 40 collegiate passing touchdowns. He led Schwäbisch Hall to the 2019 GFL title. He knows many of the Surge players better than anyone, better than most at least. He's played with Braunschweig, the New Yorker Lions in the GFL. Played with the Lübeck Cougars briefly, GFL 2. Had 514 yards passing against Istanbul in week 11 last season. That is a record which may outlive the league. There's William Patterson, I think. His number 84 t-shirt on. His contributions to this Fire season should not go unreported upon, even though he was not here on the field for the championship game. And it's time to take to the podium, be at the top table of European American football. Fire outshining every opposition. All the teams they have faced this season. They had that close 5-point victory at Hamburg in week 2. Not the only single-digit margin of victory they've had this season. Frankfurt ran them close-ish last week. For a time, they led at halftime. They were 10-point losers in week 14, the Galaxy. As the Fire players wait for the trophy to be formally presented, selfie from Commissioner Azuma. And now he's going to run away with the trophy himself, or at least pretend to. Just the one final act of this ELF season. They may just wrestle the trophy away from Commissioner Azuma. They're going to call Jim Tomsula out to be on the dais as well. A touch of NFL class to this Fire franchise. Reborn from NFL Europe days, Tomsula has a stronger connection than most to this city and this organization. The ELF very much coming out of the ashes of NFL Europe. And the Fire reborn in every sense, officially here today. I think it's time to get this trophy presented. The early NFL window just opening across America right now. I know a lot of you will want to be getting across to watch the NFL here today as that season moves into week number 3. Thursday night game notwithstanding between the New York Giants and the San Francisco 49ers, which has already been played. is a proper Jeroboam of champagne right there. Ready to be opened and sprayed. The fans their money's worth here in Duisburg. Certainly the Rhein Fire fans.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, it's going down. Before we get to, now relax, you're gonna get it. Before we get to it, first and foremost, I think from Jelko and myself, congratulations to the Stuttgart Surge for a hell of a season, for a hell of a turnaround. I think they deserve a round of applause. Also, thanks to everybody that came out, sold out crowd here at Rhein Fire Stadium. You guys were awesome. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna hand it over to my partner in crime here, Jelko, because he's gonna hand over the MVP trophy of the European League of Football Championship Game 2023.
Okay, thank you from my side. And I'm honored to give the MVP trophy to a guy who tried to kill me in the first game that we have here. He shot at me, but he didn't kill me. So, my friends, stand up. It's a pleasure. Jadrian, it's your trophy. All the best.
So, I think it's time to crown the third European League of Football champion. So, I'm going to hand the trophy. Now, I'm going to send the trophy to a man who I call a friend, who's been so important to our league. He's not only a great freaking football coach, he's a great human being. And Rhein Fire, you guys can be so grateful for calling this guy your head coach. Fans and players, I hope you appreciate Jim Tomsula. So hold on, wait a minute. Let's calm down, because I'm going to hand the trophy to the third European League of Football champion, the Rhein Fire!
It's a Rhein Fire party that will carry on long into the night in Duisburg. We will let the Fire players celebrate. But I'm signing off here. I'm Darren Kilfera. Thanks for being with us throughout this European League of Football season. The Fire winning ELF Championship game number 3, 53 points to 34 over the Stuttgart Surge. For our entire production team, so long and farewell until the 2024 season. Take care, everyone.
sports as eligible.